Good evening, traveler. Welcome back to another journey through the worlds we love. Tonight, we go to Spira, to a city of light, to the beginning of a dream. Over the next hours, we will walk beside Tidus as his world ends and begins again. From the glittering towers of Zanarkand, through the chaos of Sin's awakening, to the quiet shores of Besaid. This is the story of a star blitzball player who lost everything and found himself adrift between dreams and reality. A story of pilgrimage, of sacrifice, of a world trapped in an endless cycle, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to break it. Get comfortable. Close your eyes. Let the sounds of the city fade. We begin in a place that no longer exists. A place that never was. Zanarkand, the city of eternal light.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Zanarkand, a city of light, rising from the bay, tier upon tier, reaching toward the stars. Skyscrapers pierce the night sky, their surfaces alive with holographic advertisements, cycling through products, promises, dreams for sale. Neon lights, blue and gold, and electric white, reflect off the dark water below, turning the ocean into a mirror of the city itself. Monorails weave between the buildings, sleek and silent, carrying thousands through the arteries of this massive metropolis. The hum of machina technology, everywhere, constant, the heartbeat of modern civilization. A sound so familiar, the citizens no longer hear it. But it is there, always, thrumming beneath everything. Tonight, the city pulses with special energy. Tonight is the Jecht Memorial Cup finals, the biggest blitzball event of the year. The streets packed, overflowing with fans wearing team colors, the blue and white of the Zanarkand Abes, like a river of loyalty flowing toward the stadium. Street vendors call out, selling commemorative merchandise, jerseys with player names, foam blitzballs, holographic trading cards that shimmer in the neon light. Food stalls line every corner, grilled seafood sizzling, the smell of ocean and spice mixing with the humid night air. Children dart through the crowds, playing with toy blitzballs, imitating their heroes, their laughter rising above the general roar of excitement. Electronic billboards, massive, dominating entire building facades, cycle through player statistics, highlight reels, slow-motion goals that draw cheers from passers-by. The same clips over and over, building anticipation, building hype. And in the distance, visible from anywhere in the city, the stadium looms. A massive sphere of light, like a second moon, calling everyone home. Through this sea of celebration, Tidus walks. Instantly recognized, instantly surrounded. Fans call his name, thrust programs forward for autographs, hold up devices to capture his image. He signs with a practiced smile, the same smile he has worn 1,000 times, says the right things, makes the right gestures. But his eyes, distant, looking past the crowds, past the celebration, towards something, or perhaps away from something. He knows every corner of this city. Grew up on these streets, trained in the academy whose lights he can see from here. The blitzball academy where he spent his childhood learning to hold his breath, learning to spin, learning to be like his father. He passes the bar where Jecht used to drink, before the fame, before the disappearance, before he became a memorial cup instead of a man. The sign still flickers, the same as it always has, unchanged, while everything else changed. Fireworks already starting, celebration beginning early, bursts of color against the dark sky, reflected in the bay, reflected in 10,000 windows. The energy, electric, infectious, the entire city alive with joy. But Tidus feels separate from it, walking through it, but not part of it. A star athlete, beloved by millions, and utterly, completely alone. Tonight should be his triumph, his moment to step out of his father's shadow, to prove he is more than Jecht's son, to become himself. But it feels like just another performance. Another night in the city of eternal light, where everything shines and nothing truly illuminates. The stadium waits, and Tidus walks toward it, through the crowds, through the celebration, through the dream, not knowing that in minutes his world will end, and everything will change. Outside the stadium entrance stands a monument, bronze 15 feet tall, catching the neon light from every angle. Jecht, greatest blitzball player in history, frozen in his moment of triumph, holding the ball high, victory pose eternal. The plaque reads simply, Jecht Memorial Cup, as if the name alone explains everything. Fans gather around it, taking photos, children reaching up to touch the bronze for luck, believing, somehow, that greatness can transfer through metal. To them, Jecht is legend. To Tidus, he is the absent father who destroyed their family. Every game day, Tidus passes this statue. Every game day, the same mixture churns inside him, pride and resentment, longing and anger, love and hate, so tangled together, he cannot separate one from the other. He remembers, age 7, the bay water, cold and terrifying. Jecht teaching him to swim, or rather, throwing him in and calling it teaching. Stop crying. A crybaby like you can't be my son. Small Tidus, struggling, water filling his mouth, his nose, panic rising, calling for help, reaching for his father. But Jecht, standing on the dock, arms crossed, watching, refusing to help. Figure it out yourself, that's what men do. Tidus, eventually, desperately, making it to shore, exhausted, sobbing, salt water and tears mixing on his face. Jecht, looking down at him. See, you didn't need me. And walking away, always walking away. Another memory, age 10, late at night. Jecht, drunk after another championship, celebrating at home, the apartment too small to contain him, his voice, his presence, his ego. Mother, trying to guide him to bed, gentle hands, gentle voice. Jecht, pushing her away. I'm the greatest. Everyone knows it. Even my worthless son knows it. Young Tidus, hiding in his room, door closed, hearing everything, every word a knife. Mother, coming to him after, singing the lullaby, the same one she always sang, trying to make the world soft again, trying to protect him from the truth that his father, the hero, was also cruel. The final memory, the worst one, age 13. Jecht's last day before the training voyage, the trip he said would make him even greater, as if greater were possible, as if legend were not enough. Tidus refusing to say goodbye, years of neglect, years of cruelty, years of being invisible, finally erupting. Jecht shrugging, fine, stay here and be nothing. I'm going to see. And Tidus, 13 years old, hurt and angry and desperate to hurt back, shouting the words he can never take back. I hate you. The last words between them. 3 words that echo still 10 years later. Because Jecht never returned. Lost at sea, presumed dead, transformed into memorial, into legend, into bronze. And Tidus, left with those words, I hate you, the last gift he gave his father. After Jecht disappeared, Mother stopped living. She would sit by the window, overlooking the ocean, for hours, waiting, always waiting, for a ship that would never return. Stopped cooking, stopped working, stopped caring for Tidus, who at 13 was suddenly raising himself. He watched her deteriorate, depression consuming her like a slow tide, pulling her under, inch by inch, day by day. She died when he was 16. The doctor said heart failure, but Tidus knows the truth. She died of grief. She died of waiting. She died of loving a man who loved himself more. The blitzball community took Tidus in, gave him purpose, gave him family, and he became obsessed with the sport, the only connection to both parents, the only way to understand, to honor, to surpass. Now, in the locker room, his teammates celebrate. Music pounding, energy high, the moment before battle, before glory. Dato, his best friend, clapping his shoulder. Ace, tonight's your night. Show them you're better than your old man. The others, chanting his name. Tidus, Tidus, Tidus. The coach, giving his speech. This is the Jecht Memorial Cup. Let's honor his legacy. Honor his legacy. Tidus looks at himself in the locker mirror and sees his father's face staring back. Same eyes, same jawline, same everything. I'm not him, he whispers to his reflection. I'll never be him. I'm better than him. He puts on his game face, the practice smile, the confidence, the mask. Joins his teammates' celebration, their joy, their certainty. But inside, the voice, quiet and desperate, repeating. Prove it tonight. Prove you're not his shadow. Prove you're real. Prove you exist. Prove you're more than the son of a legend. The stadium waits. The crowd roars. And Tidus walks toward the light, carrying his father's ghost on his shoulders, not knowing that tonight everything will change, not knowing that soon he will learn what it means to truly disappear. The stadium packed, 50,000 souls screaming as one. The announcer's voice cuts through the chaos, electric and proud. And now, wearing number 6, the son of the legend himself, Tidus, The crowd erupts. His name chanted, rolling through the arena like thunder. Tidus, Tidus, Tidus. He stands at the edge of the sphere pool, shimmering before him, a massive ball of water suspended by machina gravity, defying nature, defying logic, beautiful, one breath, and he dives. The moment of transformation, sound becomes distant, the roar above reduced to muffled echoes underwater, peaceful. Water pressure on his skin, cool and familiar, bubbles rising past his face, catching light from above, refracting into rainbows. This is where he feels free, the only place his father's ghost cannot follow. Down here in the water, he is not Jecht's son, he is simply Tidus. The sphere pool, a miracle of machina technology, water held in perfect suspension, players swimming through three-dimensional space, flying more than swimming. The ball glows, leaving trails of light as it moves, like a comet through the blue. Strategy is everything. Positioning, passing, shooting, all while maintaining breath, all while moving through space that has no up or down, no rules except the ones you make. Tidus's specialty, impossible angles, acrobatic shots, grace that seems effortless but isn't. This underwater grace was born from childhood trauma, from being thrown into the bay, from learning to swim not for joy but for survival. His father's lessons, brutal and cold, transformed now into art. The survival skill become beauty. The game unfolds. First quarter, Tidus intercepts a pass weaving through defenders, his body a weapon, precise and fast. The crowd's roar is muffled underwater, then explodes when he breaks the surface, gasping, alive. He passes to Datto, who scores, teammates celebrating, hands raised, pure joy. Tidus dives deep again, using the sphere pool's full depth, the space most players fear, too far from air, too far from safety. But he is comfortable here, in the deep, in the pressure, in the silence. Opposition players try to mark him, but he's too fast, too fluid, like he was born in water, like he belongs here more than on land. The key moment approaches, ball stolen by the opposition, Tidus chasing, muscles burning, lungs aching, but he pushes harder. He intercepts near the pool's edge, where water meets machina field, where physics bends, spins 360 degrees underwater, disorienting defenders, making them guess, making them wrong. He launches toward goal at an impossible angle, body horizontal, then vertical, then inverted, shoots while upside down, the ball spiraling in perfect spin, perfect trajectory. Mathematics and instinct combined, the goalkeeper dives, reaches, fingers just missing. The ball hits the net. Goal. The stadium explodes. Sounds so loud it hurts, so loud it feels physical. Pressing against him, lifting him. Tidus breaks the surface, water streaming from his hair and face, gasping, grinning. Teammates mob him, hands on his shoulders, his head, celebrating, drowning him in joy. The announcer screams, just like his father. The son of Jecht does it again, and there it is. The comparison, always the comparison, inescapable, suffocating. Tidus's joy fades instantly, the smile still there, but his eyes empty, hollow. He can't escape it. Even here, even in his moment, he is still just. The sun, final minutes approach, score tied, tension building, the crowd on their feet, screaming, believing. Tidus has the ball. 3 defenders surround him, cutting off angles. He could shoot, could try for glory, could be the hero. Instead, he passes to a teammate who scores the winning goal. Victory. The Zanarkand Abes win the Jecht Memorial Cup. The team lifts Tidus on their shoulders, carrying him like a trophy, like a prize. He's smiling, waving to the crowd, playing the part, the role, the expectation. But his eyes are empty, because he knows the truth. This victory isn't his. It's his father's. It will always be his father's. The sensory flood hits him, the taste of treated water, metallic and chemical on his tongue, the burn in his lungs before every surface break, the heavy drag of his soaked uniform pulling him down, the explosion of sound when breaking the surface, the world rushing back in, demanding, overwhelming. Adrenaline sharpens everything, too real, too bright, too much, and underwater, time moves differently. Seconds feel like minutes, minutes like hours. Down there, in the blue, in the silence, in the pressure, he can think, he can breathe, he can be something other than the shadow. But the game is over, and now he must return to the surface, to the noise, to the expectations, to the statue, to the ghost, to the life he didn't choose. The crowd still screams, still celebrates, not knowing that in moments, everything will change. Not knowing that something is coming, something from the deep, from the ocean, from the past, something that will end this world and begin another. But for now, in this moment, this victory, this noise, Tidus stands in the center of the sphere pool, water dripping from his body, the crowd chanting his name. And he smiles, the smile of someone who has already learned to drown. The championship locker room explodes with celebration. Champagne arcs through the air, catching stadium lights like liquid gold. Music pounds from speakers. Some victory anthem Tidus doesn't recognize. His teammates dance, shirtless and screaming, their joy pure and unfiltered. Tidus moves through it all, like a ghost. He high-fives outstretched hands, smiles when cameras point his way, even pours champagne over someone's head when they demand it. But he's watching himself from somewhere else, from above maybe, or behind his own eyes. The celebration happens to him, not with him. Coach approaches, carrying the MVP trophy. It's gaudy, chrome and fake gold, with a blitzball player frozen mid-throw. Your father would be proud, Coach says, pressing the trophy into Tidus's hands. The words should mean everything. They mean nothing. Tidus accepts the trophy, gives the expected speech, something about teamwork, dedication, the fans. Inside, a single question echoes, is this it? Is this all there is? Outside the stadium, hundreds of fans crush against security barriers. When Tidus emerges, they surge forward like a wave breaking. Security struggles to hold them back. He signs jerseys, blitzballs, posters, someone's bare shoulder, poses for photos with crying fans who call him their hero, their inspiration, their everything. A young boy pushes through, maybe 7 years old, the same age Tidus was during that swimming lesson. The kid clutches a worn blitzball. Are you as good as your dad was? Tidus's smile doesn't reach his eyes. I'm trying to be better. The boy glances at his father, then back. My dad says nobody will ever be as good as Jecht. The words slide between Tidus's ribs like a blade. But he keeps smiling, always smiling. Maybe your dad's right. His teammates invite him to the after party. He declines. Need to rest, big day tomorrow. There's nothing planned tomorrow. He walks through neon-lit streets as the crowds thin, the stadium district giving way to quiet avenues. The city's energy continues without him. Parties visible through windows, laughter spilling from bars. Life happening everywhere except inside him. He passes the bar where Jecht used to drink. It's a shrine now. His father's photo mounted behind glass, surrounded by wilted flowers and faded blitzballs. Tidus looks away, walks faster. The streets grow quieter, just his footsteps, just his breathing. A monorail passes overhead, its light briefly illuminating him before plunging him back into darkness. The realization hits. He has everything he thought he wanted: fame, skill, victory, and he feels completely empty. He stops at an overlook. The city spreads below, lights like fallen stars scattered across darkness. Beyond it, the ocean, dark and endless. Dad disappeared out there, he whispers to no one. Mom stared at those waves until she died. And here I am, still in this city, still playing his game, still being compared to him. His grip tightens on the trophy. What am I doing? What's the point? Fireworks launch from the stadium, the celebration continuing without him. Tidus watches alone, trophy in hand, feeling more isolated in this moment of triumph than he's ever felt in defeat. The ocean whispers below, the same ocean that took his father, the same ocean that might someday take him too. The high-rise apartment offers an expensive view of Zanarkand's glittering sprawl. Modern, minimalist, impersonal. It looks like a hotel room, not a home. The kind of space designed for living, but never meant for life. Blitzball equipment leans against one wall. Trophies line a shelf, their metallic surfaces catching city light. The walls are bare except for one photograph. The kitchen gleams unused. He eats out or orders in. The living room is dominated by floor-to-ceiling windows, framing the city like a painting he never asked for. His bedroom. A bed, clothes, nothing decorative. This is shelter, not home. A single framed photo sits on the shelf. His mother, age 25, taken before she met Jecht, before everything went wrong. She's smiling genuinely, eyes bright, full of life. A woman Tidus barely remembers. He picks it up, studies her face like a map to somewhere he can never return. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. His reflection ghosts across the glass. I'm sorry I look like him. I'm sorry I reminded you of him every day. His mother singing a lullaby, tucking him into bed. Her voice soft, the melody haunting and beautiful. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Young Tidus, drowsy and safe. Will you always be here, Mom? Always, my little star. Always. His mother at the window, staring at the ocean. Always the ocean. Mom, I made the junior blitzball team. No response. She doesn't even turn. Tidus makes dinner for both of them. She doesn't eat, just returns to the window, a ghost haunting her own life. He's not coming back, Mom. He's gone. Her whisper, barely audible. He'll come back. He has to. His mother bedridden, wasting away. The doctors can't find a physical cause. They never do when someone dies of a broken heart. Tidus holds her hand. Please don't leave me. You're all I have. Her last words. I'll see him soon. I'll tell him you became strong. I don't care about him. I care about you. But she's already gone. Eyes fixed on the window, on the ocean, on the horizon where Jecht disappeared. That night, alone in the apartment at 16 years old, Tidus cried until dawn. The first and last time. He let himself break. Tidus stands at his window, the MVP trophy forgotten on the table. City lights blur through unshed tears. I won, Mom. I beat his record. I'm the best now. His voice cracks. But you're not here to see it, and he's not here to know I beat him. What was the point of any of it? He sets the trophy down without looking at it. Tomorrow there will be another game, another victory, another empty night. The cycle continues, meaningless, eternal. Tidus changes out of his uniform, showers, lies in bed, staring at the ceiling. City sounds drift up. Sirens, music, life continuing without him. Maybe tomorrow will be different. Maybe tomorrow he'll feel something. He doesn't know how right he is. Tomorrow, everything will change. Sleep finally takes him. The last image, city lights through his window, eternal and indifferent. But tonight, the city sleeps. And in the bay, something ancient stirs. The afternoon sun blazes overhead, heat reflecting off Zanarkand's glass towers. Like a furnace, the city has organized an impromptu celebration for the championship win. The main boulevard, closed to traffic, transformed into a festival of excess and joy. Thousands line the streets, confetti cannons firing in rhythmic bursts. Marching bands play victory anthems, echoing between the buildings. Tidus and his team ride an open-top vehicle, waving to the masses like conquering heroes. Banners hang everywhere. Zanarkand Ibs champions. Children perch on parents' shoulders, faces painted in team colors. Elderly fans cry with joy, remembering championships past. Street performers dance, musicians play, food vendors do massive business. Grilled fish sizzling, sweet pastries dusted with sugar, cold drinks sweating in the heat. The smell of celebration hangs thick. Cooking food, crushed flowers, ocean breeze cutting through it all. Tidus sits on the vehicle's edge, an automatic smile plastered across his face. His wave mechanical, the same motion repeated 1,000 times until it loses all meaning. Dato leans over, concerned. Ace, you okay? You seem off. Just tired. Didn't sleep well. Tonight we celebrate properly. No excuses. Tidus agrees, just to end the conversation. He watches the faces in the crowd, their joy real, authentic, overflowing. His is performance, theater, a mask he's worn so long, he's forgotten what's underneath. They love what I represent, not who I am. The parade ends at the central plaza, near the waterfront. A stage has been erected for speeches and performances. The mayor presents the team with ceremonial city keys, oversized, golden, meaningless. Tidus delivers a brief speech, written by his publicist. This victory is for Zanarkand, for the fans, for my father's legacy. The crowd erupts. They always do. The sun begins its descent, painting the sky in orange and purple. The festival continues into evening, lights flickering on across the plaza, music growing louder, the celebration refusing to die. Tidus signs autographs at the plaza's edge, surrounded by eager fans. A young girl asks him to sign her blitzball, eyes wide with worship. Mid-signature, his hand trembles. The ground beneath his feet feels wrong, like standing on a boat deck in a gentle swell. The world tilts imperceptibly, then rights itself. He looks around. Nobody else seems to notice. He continues signing, dismissing the feeling as exhaustion, dehydration, the weight of performance pressing down, but unease settles in his stomach like a stone. Something is wrong. The plaza lights flicker once, twice. The ocean beyond the waterfront seems darker than it should be. Minutes later, a stronger vibration rolls through the plaza. This time, others notice. Conversations pause mid-sentence. People look at the ground, confused. Glasses on outdoor tables rattle against metal surfaces. Building windows vibrate with a low, ominous hum. A sound like distant thunder, but the sky is clear. The crowd murmurs, confused but not yet alarmed. Zanarkand doesn't get earthquakes. Someone screams, pointing toward the water. Tidus turns. following their gaze. The ocean is retreating. Water pulls back from the shore, exposing the seafloor in great sweeping motions. Boats in the marina tilt dangerously as the level drops. Fish flop on suddenly exposed sand, gasping. Rocks and debris normally hidden underwater now lie bare and glistening. The bay pulls back and back and back, revealing things that should stay hidden. Confusion turns to concern. Parents grab their children, pulling them close. Some people laugh nervously. What's happening? Others pull out phones, recording, because that's what people do when they don't understand. They document. Tidus stands frozen, watching the water recede. Something primal in his brain screams, "Run," but his feet won't move. The water, now hundreds of yards from shore, begins to rise, not waves, a shape, massive, beyond comprehension. A dark silhouette emerges from the deep water, covered in barnacles, coral, ancient growth that speaks of centuries submerged. Spines like buildings protrude from its back, each one larger than the parade vehicles. A single eye opens, larger than houses, glowing with sickly yellow light. The sound hits first, a deep resonant moan that vibrates in chests, in bones, in souls, like whale song mixed with grinding metal, with the screams of the drowned. Windows shatter from the frequency alone. Then the smell, rot brine, something ancient and fundamentally wrong. The air pressure changes violently. Ears pop, sinuses ache, temperature drops suddenly. A cold wind rushing from the ocean, carrying the taste of deep water and death. Gravity feels strange, like standing on a tilting floor that won't level. Someone screams, "Sin! It's sin!" The word spreads through the crowd, like wildfire through dry grass. Panic erupts instantly. Thousands try to flee simultaneously. The stampede begins, a living wave of terror. Tidus is swept up in the crowd, struggling to stay upright. People fall, are trampled. Parents lose their grip on children. Screams layer upon screams, complete chaos in seconds. The creature emerges fully now, easily 300 feet tall, its length impossible to judge. It curves back into the water, endless, its body covered in armor-like plating, each scale the size of a car. Dozens of fins, spines, appendages move with alien purpose. Smaller creatures, sin scales, fall from its body like parasites shaken loose, hitting the water, swimming toward shore with terrifying speed. Their fins cut the surface like knives. Sin's mouth opens, rows of teeth like buildings, each one a monument to destruction. The sound it makes, reality itself seems to crack. The air splits, light bends wrong. The festival lights flicker and die, plunging the plaza into twilight, broken only by that sickly yellow glow from Sin's eye. Tidus stands at the edge of the stampede, paralyzed. This is the creature from stories, from nightmares, from history lessons that felt like mythology. Sin, the immortal destroyer, the punishment for humanity's pride. And it's here, now, real. The water begins to rush back toward shore, not retreating anymore, but returning. A wall of water building. Behind Sin's massive form, Tidus's last thought. Before the world ends, this can't be real, but it is. The water returns. What retreated moments ago surges back with vengeance. A wall of water 50 feet high builds on the horizon, moving faster than anything natural, faster than thought. It carries everything it consumed, boats, docks, metal bodies, turning the ocean into a weapon, a living force of annihilation. People on the waterfront see it coming. They freeze, rooted by terror. A few try to run, but too late. The sound hits first. An explosion of water and stone. Glass shatters, metal screams, buildings crumble. The ocean devours Zanarkand. The wave tears through the plaza, sweeping away everything. Stages, lights, the crowd itself, all gone in seconds. Nothing left but motion and ruin. Tidus is caught in the torrent, tumbling like a toy. No control, no direction, only chaos and darkness. Underwater now, disoriented, lungs burning, the world a whirl of debris and silence. Metal beams and shattered glass spin past his face as he claws toward the light. He breaks the surface, gasping, alive, just long enough for another wave to strike, dragging him back under. His hand finds wreckage, something solid, and he clings to it as the flood carries him inland. Through streets he walked minutes ago, he drifts through what was once his home, a city drowning, collapsing, breaking beneath the weight of its own creation. Buildings fold like paper, monorails snap, trains fall from the sky into fire and water, explosions bloom like suns before being swallowed by the flood. The holographic lights die one by one, the neon city fading into darkness. Zanarkand's glow, eternal and proud, extinguished in moments. Screams rise from everywhere, impossible to tell who, where, how many, just voices merging into one sound of ending. Then movement. In the water, shadows glide beneath the surface, smaller than sin but born of it, sin scales. They strike the survivors, tearing through flesh and metal alike. The water turns red, the sea itself becoming an open wound. Tidus swims, arms burning, legs heavy, fear his only strength. He reaches a broken wall, drags himself onto the rubble, the city unrecognizable around him. Smoke thickens, fires spread, and every breath tastes of salt and ash. He looks out at what remains, bodies, broken towers, the dying light of a world undone. A sin scale bursts from the flood, eyes glowing, jaws wide. Tidus stumbles back, no weapon, no plan. It lunges, missing him by inches, crashing into the ruin behind. He runs, through wreckage, through smoke, through the death of everything he's ever known, dodging, leaping, surviving on instinct alone. He passes a mother shielding her children, a man clawing through rubble until his hands bleed, a circle of survivors swinging pipes at monsters they cannot defeat. He wants to stop, but terror pushes harder than empathy. He keeps running. Ahead, a skyscraper groans. The ground shakes. The foundation gives way. He sprints as it falls, shadow consuming him. The crash hits like thunder, the shockwave throwing him into the air. Dust and silence follow, broken only by his ragged breath. Coughing, blind, deaf, he crawls forward through ash and ruin, not knowing where he's going, only that he must move, must survive, must live. Tidus stumbles through the debris cloud, visibility near zero. Dust fills his lungs, his eyes burn. The sound of sin scales echoes nearby, hunting by sound, clicking, hissing, getting closer. He tries to move quietly, rubble shifting under his feet, each sound amplified in the choking fog. A creature lunges from the dust, jaws open wide, no time to dodge. Tidus falls backward. This is the end. A flash of red cuts through the dust. A sword slices through the sin scale mid-leap. The creature dissolving into fireflies, glowing spirit particles drifting upward. A figure in a red coat stands over Tidus, massive sword in one hand, the other sleeve hanging empty. His face is half hidden behind a high collar, eyes concealed behind dark glasses, impossibly calm in the apocalypse. Auron's voice cuts through the noise, steady, unshaken. Still alive, I see. Tidus stares up. Who? How did you? Auron extends his hand. Get up. This is only the beginning. Tidus takes it, pulled to his feet with effortless strength. Do you know me? How do you know I'm alive? Auron's expression doesn't change. I made a promise to your father. Tidus's blood freezes. My father, Jecht. More sin scales emerge from the dust. Auron tosses him a sword, standard issue, military style. You know how to use this? Tidus catches it, the weight surprising him. I'm a blitzball player, not a soldier. Auron turns toward the creatures. Then learn quickly. A sin scale attacks. Tidus barely blocks, the impact rattling his arms. Muscle memory bridges the gap. Dodge, counter, strike. The creature dissolves into fireflies. Tidus stares at the sword, at his hands. I killed it. Auron leads forward through the ruins, cutting through sin scales with impossible precision. Tidus follows, struggling but surviving. They push toward the city center, higher ground. Auron's fighting style is economical, precise. Every strike perfect, every step measured. Your father asked me to watch over you, he says while fighting. Tidus swings wildly at another sin scale. My father's dead. He disappeared 10 years ago. Auron cuts down the creature. Did he? His tone makes the question a warning, not an answer. They reach a plaza. A brief break in the attacks. Auron looks towards Sin in the distance, moving slowly, deliberately, destroying everything. This is your story, Tidus. It begins here. Tidus gasps for breath. What story? What are you talking about? Auron doesn't look at him. You'll understand soon. For now, survive. Sin's roar tears across the city, the ground shaking violently. Buildings tremble, glass shatters. Auron points ahead. We need to reach the overpass, higher ground. Tidus grabs Auron's coat, desperation cracking his voice. How do you know my father? Where is he? Auron's expression stays unreadable. Jecht is waiting in a place you cannot yet imagine. You're lying. He's dead. He drowned. Auron's calm never breaks. Death is not always the end. You'll learn this. He pushes Tidus forward. Move. Questions later. Survival now. They climbed toward the elevated overpass. Stairs collapsed. Rubble their only path. Sin scales pursue relentlessly, never stopping, never tiring. Tidus's arms burn, legs shaking, lungs screaming with every breath. Auron never slows, never falters. Keep moving, don't look back. But Tidus does look back, and he sees his city dying, fires everywhere, buildings collapsing. Sin's massive form dominates the skyline, the end made flesh. Zanarkand is falling, and somewhere in this nightmare, his father waits. They finally reach an intact section of overpass, 100 feet above street level. Solid ground, safe ground. The view opens before them. The entire city spreads below. What they see is apocalypse. Zanarkand burns in dozens of places. Flames consume entire districts. Smoke rises in black columns that merge into a single dark sky. The entire waterfront district is gone, just rubble and water. The ocean has claimed what was land. Sin moves through the city like a ship through waves. Buildings crumble at its touch. Stone and steel mean nothing. Civilization means nothing. thousands dead, thousands more dying. Tidus falls to his knees. The sword clatters beside him. This can't be real. This can't be happening. His hands shake. His breath comes in gasps. Yesterday I won a game. Yesterday everything was normal. Now. He cannot finish the sentence. Auron stands beside him, silent, letting him process, letting him break. The stadium where he played partially collapsed. The sphere pool water flooding the streets below. His apartment building, top floors gone, the rest burning. The statue of Jecht, toppled, broken, his father's face crushed into rubble. The bar, the academy, the plaza, all destroyed. Everything he knew, everyone he knew, gone or dying. His entire world ending in a single night. Tidus thinks of his teammates. Where's Datto? Where are the others? He remembers faces in the crowd during the parade. The young girl who asked for an autograph. The elderly couple who cried with joy. All of them probably dead now. Why am I alive? Why did I survive when they didn't? Auron's voice cuts through the guilt because your story isn't finished. The massive creature turns. Its eye, that terrible, glowing eye, fixes on the overpass, on them. Tidus feels its gaze like physical weight, pressing down, crushing. Ancient intelligence behind that eye, malevolence beyond human comprehension, hatred older than memory. Auron speaks quietly. It sees us. Tidus cannot look away from the eye. What do we do? Auron draws his sword. We fight. Sin's mouth opens. Energy gathers. Blue-white light building, growing brighter, hotter. Auron shouts, "Get behind me." The blast fires from Sin's mouth. Auron raises his sword, somehow deflects it. The energy splitting, slamming into the overpass on either side of them. Concrete explodes, metal twists, screaming, tearing. The overpass begins to collapse. The section they stand on breaks away, falling. Time slows, each second lasting forever. Tidus sees everything. Auron's calm face, the burning city, Sin's eye, stars above, all of it frozen in this moment. He thinks, is this how I die? Is this the end? The ground rushes up, then nothing. Tidus opens his eyes, not dead, somehow not dead. He lies on broken concrete, his body screaming with pain, ribs cracked, left arm possibly broken, cuts everywhere, pulse frantic, breath sharp and uneven, but he is alive. Auron stands nearby, barely injured, not even breathing hard. Tidus stares at him through the dust. How are you not hurt? Auron looks down, calm as stone. I've had practice dying. No explanation, no clarity, just another riddle in red. Sin moves closer, each step shaking the ground like thunder. Concrete splits under its weight, metal groans and folds, the air itself trembling. Around them, Sin scales converge in waves, dozens becoming hundreds, becoming a living tide of teeth and armor. Tidus pushes himself upright, using the sword as a crutch. Pain spikes through his ribs, fire under skin, breath coming in shivers. We can't fight them all. Auron does not move. We don't have to. It's not them Sin wants. Tidus's voice cracks. What does it want? Auron looks at him. You. Tidus backs away, terror rising like a tide. Why me? What did I do? Auron's voice stays steady. You're Jecht's son. That's enough. Tidus shakes his head, breath collapsing in his chest. That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Sin's roar drowns him out. The space between them and sin begins to tear. Reality splits like fabric under a blade, unveiling a spiral of light and darkness. Impossible colors churn. Twisted sound vibrates the air, the vortex widening with every heartbeat. A pull rises, gravitational but wrong, something ancient and unnatural. Auron shouts over the vortex, "This is it. This is your path." Tidus grips the sword, knuckles white. Path to where? Auron's answer is a battle cry and prophecy both. To Spira, to your father, to your destiny. Tidus shakes his head, eyes burning. "I don't want a destiny, I want to go home." Auron's voice softens. "There is no home, not anymore. Zanarkand is gone." Tidus screams back, "Then I'll rebuild it." Auron's answer is a blade of truth. "You can't rebuild a dream." The words hit harder than any sin scale. "A dream, what are you saying?" The vortex pulls harder, dragging debris, metal, broken bodies, everything into its spiral. Sin scales dissolve into light as they're pulled in. Auron stands firm, impossibly solid. Listen carefully, Tidus. What I'm about to tell you will sound impossible. Zanarkand fell 1,000 years ago. Tidus shakes his head violently. "No, that's this city, your life, everything you know. It's a dream dreamed by the Fayth, held together by their will." Tidus screams, "Stop talking. None of this is real." Auron's reply is a razor. "Exactly. None of this is real. But you are." The vortex becomes unstoppable, dragging Tidus off his feet. He floats toward the spiraling void, reaching for anything to hold on to, finding nothing. Auron lets himself be taken too, coat billowing in the impossible wind. "Don't fight it. Let it take you." Tidus cries out, "Take me where?" "To the real Spira, to the world your father found." The pull becomes absolute, tearing at flesh and spirit alike. Tidus spins through the air, seeing his city one last time, burning, collapsing, dying. His entire life dissolving behind him, like smoke in wind. Auron moves beside him through the chaos, perfectly calm. "Remember your father's words. Remember what he taught you." Tidus screams. "He taught me nothing. He abandoned me." Auron's voice cuts back. "He taught you to survive. Now survive this." They cross the threshold. Reality shatters like fragile glass. Colors exploding, senses collapsing, infinite sights, infinite sounds, every emotion at once, hot and cold, wet and dry, all contradictions wrapped into one blinding truth. Tidus's consciousness fractures, rebuilt, shattered again, rebuilt again. He screams silently, dissolving inside the storm. Auron's hand grips his arm, pulling him through the chaos. "Hold on. Don't let go." Light devours everything. Then darkness devours everything. Then nothing remains. No up, no down, no time, no body, no world, only floating, suspended in the void, existence without form. And in that nothingness, a voice. Tidus floats in warm tropical water. The sun filters down through the surface, light dancing in waves that shift and swirl above him. Golden rays pierce the blue, soft and gentle, turning the sea into drifting glass. There is no panic here, no fear, only the quiet peace of drifting between breaths. His body feels weightless, every muscle released from tension, every worry washed away. The water holds him, lifting him, supporting him as though it remembers him from another life. Arms spread, legs drifting, head tilted back. He exists suspended between sky and sea, a moment without gravity, without pain, without past. The water is warm, not hot, not cold, perfectly balanced. Heat seeps into his skin, settling into his bones, softening something deep he didn't know was clenched. Sunlight touches his face, a gentle warmth beneath closed eyelids, soothing as a memory that never belonged to sorrow. He could stay here forever. Salt gathers on his lips, sharp and clean and ancient. He tastes the ocean, real ocean, not sphere pool brine, not treated water pumped through machina. His tongue brushes his upper lip, tasting something alive, something wild. It reminds him of blitzball, but older, truer. A low hum vibrates through the water, peaceful and steady. Machinery somewhere far below, a rhythm that feels more like breathing than metal. The sound travels through him, through the waves, a soft pulse that feels like a heartbeat that isn't his. It comforts more than it alarms. Small creatures drift past, their bodies glowing with bioluminescent color, blue, green, violet, shifting as they pulse through the water like tiny stars. One brushes his arm, light and curious, leaving a ripple of cool sensation behind. He watches them pass, not moving, not disturbing their lingering dance. Above him, the surface shimmers, waves shaping patterns of light across his closed eyes, bright and dark, bright again, a rhythm like breathing. He feels himself sinking into that rhythm, becoming part of the shifting glow, part of the slow pulse of sea and sun. Awareness returns slowly, drifting back the way the glowing creatures drift. No urgency and no alarm, just the soft rise of remembering. He recalls falling, the vortex, Auron's hand gripping his arm, but those memories feel far away, like dreams from another lifetime. He senses his fingers first, moving lazily, creating tiny spirals through the water, then his toes, flexing with drifting ease. His chest rises and falls, breath slow and effortless. The sun warms his face, waves cool his cheeks, and the contrast feels perfect. Above him, the surface glitters like a doorway, a thin boundary between two worlds, air above, water below, silence around. He could rise now, break through, fill his lungs fully again, but not yet, not while peace still holds him gently here. He drifts through timelessness, minutes and hours becoming the same soft blur. The hum continues, the creatures glow, the light dances, and Tidus floats, unburdened, untouched by anything but warmth and water. A thought forms slowly, gentle as a wave. Where am I? Not fearful, only curious. The thought drifts away, dissolving like foam. Another thought forms. Am I alive? The warmth answers, the water answers, the sun answers, yes. Fragments return. Sin, the vortex, Auron's voice telling truths that broke his world. You can't rebuild a dream, the words echo faintly, but feel less real than the tide holding him. The past seems distant, washed away by peace. His lungs begin to remind him, softly, gently, that air is waiting above, not urgent, only a suggestion. He opens his eyes, watching the shimmering surface, brighter now, closer. The world above calls, quietly. He kicks upward, slow and weightless. The water slides along his skin as though reluctant to release him. His face breaks through, air rushes into his lungs. The sky opens wide and everything, once again, begins to change. Tidus kicks upward, slow and dreamlike. The light above grows brighter with each movement. shifting from deep blue to softer hues that warm his skin. Bubbles slip from his lips and rise ahead of him, glowing silver in the sunbeams that pierce the water. He watches them drift and tumble, hypnotic little stars racing him to the surface. The sun's rays strengthen as he ascends, transforming from distant glow into golden spears that illuminate drifting particles around him. The water shimmers with motion and light, every ripple a soft invitation to breathe again. The world becomes a blend of warmth, brightness, and the slow rhythm of rising. Each moment feels weightless, suspended between dream and waking. His face breaks the surface with a soft splash, water trailing down his hair as he inhales sea air for the first time. It fills his lungs with warmth and salt and something alive, something sweeter than the water itself. Blinking away droplets, he sees sky, clear blue and endless, untouched by smoke or ruin. Horizon meets ocean in a perfect line, calm and impossibly peaceful. Far away, a shape floats on the water, large, metallic, unfamiliar. As his vision clears, the shape becomes a ship of strange machina design, all pipes and platforms unlike anything in Zanarkand. Voices reach him across the waves, musical and urgent, but not threatening. Figures lean over the railing, hands extended toward him with clear intention. Help. Tidus reaches up, his arms heavy from drifting peace and the exhaustion beneath it. Strong hands grasp his wrists and lift him with surprising gentleness, guiding him over the railing and onto solid deck. His legs buckle slightly as water streams off him, pooling at his feet while the ship rocks softly beneath him. The people surrounding him wear strange goggles and gear, but their eyes show only concern and curiosity. One of them gestures toward a door, speaking in that unfamiliar musical language he cannot understand, but the meaning is clear enough. Shelter, safety, come inside. Tidus steps forward, his legs remembering how to walk after so long suspended in silence and water. Then the thought hits him, sharp, immediate, undeniable. He turns toward the sea, scanning the waves and the deck for a red coat, for silver hair, for the quiet strength of the man who saved him. But Auron is nowhere, not on the ship, not in the water, not within reach of any call. Only strangers surround him now, kind strangers but strangers still. Tidus stands there dripping and breathing hard, realization settling cold in his chest. He is alive, rescued, torn from everything he knew, carried into a world he cannot yet name. And for the first time since the fall of Zanarkand, the truth lands fully. He is utterly, completely alone. Warmth rises slowly through his back, sun-heated wooden planks pressing gently into his skin, rough in their grain but comforting after the endless cold of the water. He lies still for a moment, eyes closed, letting the heat seep into him, feeling the soft lift and fall of the deck beneath him, a quiet cradle rocking him back toward life. Soft towels wrap around him, careful hands drying the seawater from his hair, his face, his arms, the fabric smelling of salt and sun, a woman with spiral green eyes leaning over him, her curiosity gentle and warm, others nearby, speaking in that musical language, soft and flowing, like water slipping over smooth stones. He tries to rise, but a light hand on his shoulder urges him to rest. Another crew member offers a pale wooden cup, its rim cool and smooth against his lips, the water sweet and impossibly clean, washing away the salt, anchoring him tenderly to this new place, letting him breathe again. When he opens his eyes fully, the deck stretches beneath patchwork sails, sunlight drifting through the rigging in shifting patterns. the air filled with gentle sounds, creaking timbers, slow waves tapping the hull, sails murmuring like distant wings, every sound soft and steady. Machina line the rails, humming quietly, gears turning with patient rhythm, little pistons rising and falling like peaceful breaths, nothing sharp, nothing threatening, only a calm mechanical lullaby blending with the heartbeat of the ship. The crew moves in smooth, practiced patterns, hauling lines, polishing metal, checking gauges with careful hands. Now and then someone glances toward him, spiral eyes bright with curiosity. Never fear, never judgment, only gentle interest in the stranger on their deck. He lets himself drift in the moment, sun warming his face, towels cocooning him in softness, the air rich with salt and faint floral wind, voices swirling in that musical tongue, laughter rising somewhere forward, the low hum of engines deep below, a floating sanctuary beneath the open sky. Questions flicker softly at the edges of his thoughts. Where he is, who these people are, what became of Auron. But questions can rest for now. There is only warmth, the deck's gentle sway, and breath moving quietly in and out. A young Bhed girl adjusts a humming device beside him, her scarf lifting with the breeze. She meets his gaze with a shy smile. Another crew member sets down a bowl of bright fruit. He tastes one, sweetness blooming across his tongue, sharp and clean as sunlight. Soft laughter echoes from the bow, voices calling and answering. He doesn't know the words, but the warmth in them is unmistakable. He may be an outsider, but he is not unwelcome among them. He closes his eyes again, letting the sun and the rhythm of the ship cradle him. For the first time in so long, he feels safe, the world narrowing to warmth, to gentle presence, to the quiet ease of simply breathing. On the Bhed vessel, drifting over endless blue, Tidus is not alone. The Bhed speak in gentle melodic tones, syllables rising and falling like soft waves, consonants clicking and flowing together, vowels stretching out like drifting light on water. Tidus doesn't understand a single word, but the sound feels ancient and alive, music carried across the sea. He listens without trying to grasp meaning, letting the rhythm move through him. A woman with spiral eyes gestures toward him, her hands sweeping calmly toward a doorway, her smile warm and open, inviting without a single spoken word. He understands. Come, rest, breathe. He nods softly, pushes himself to his feet, legs steadier than before, the warmth of their kindness holding him upright. She leads him below deck at a slow, easy pace, others stepping aside to make room, one man touching his shoulder gently as he passes, another offering a small, reassuring nod. No shared language, but their gestures speak clearly. You're safe here. We've got you. She opens a wooden door, gesturing him inside with a quiet kindness. The cabin's small and dim and peaceful, holding the warmth of a sheltered breath. A hammock hangs between two beams, swaying with the ship's motion, cradled perfectly to the rhythm of the waves, a soft moving nest of calm. She mimes lying down, closing her eyes, sleeping, resting the body and the mind. He smiles, nods, whispers, "Thank you," without expecting understanding. Yet she smiles back, touched by the tone, presses a hand to her heart, and slips away. The door closes softly behind her, sealing the quiet around him, leaving only the breath of the ship and the gentle sway of the hammock. Tidus stands for a moment in the hush, watching the hammock sway, inviting, hypnotic, a promise of rest he has long needed. He climbs in slowly, the fabric embracing him, adjusting to his weight, rocking him into the rhythm of the sea. Above he hears footsteps crossing the deck, soft voices calling out, ropes creaking, machina humming, distant and comforting like a lullaby. A small porthole filters sunlight inside, the light dancing on the wooden ceiling, shifting patterns with every wave, moving like gentle spirits drifting overhead. He watches the shifting glow, mesmerized, letting his thoughts drift with the patterns, letting his breath match the hammock's sway. Questions begin to form, slow, gentle. Where am I? What happened to Zanarkand? Where is Auron? Who are these people? But there is no urgency, no fear behind the thoughts. They float softly, like bioluminescent creatures drifting through water. Answers can wait. The world can wait. He can simply be. The hammock sways, left, right, left, right. Light dances, shifts, dissolves, reforms. The sounds above remain steady, rhythmic, soft as a heartbeat, carrying him deeper into calm. Exhaustion settles over him like a warm blanket, heavy but welcome, easing every muscle, loosening every thought. His eyelids lower, the dancing light blurring into soft gold, the world melting into warmth and quiet. For the first time since sin appeared, since the vortex took him, since everything familiar dissolved, he feels peace. Not because the answers are clear, not because he understands, but because he doesn't need to. Not now, not here. The Bhed language remains a mystery, but their kindness speaks plainly. Rest, you're safe, we're here. The hammock rocks, the ship breathes, the light dances. Tidus closes his eyes, letting silence become comfort, letting not knowing become peace. The questions drift away, the world softens, and sleep comes like the tide, gentle, inevitable, complete. The ship rocks, steady and unchanging, a soft metronome of wood and water marking time. Left, right, eternal rhythm, timeless motion, water whispering against the hull in gentle breaths, constant and soothing. Footsteps cross the deck above, slow and purposeful, fading into the distance. A rope creaks once, then falls silent again. Tidus floats in the hammock, suspended between here and elsewhere, mind drifting through soft currents of thought, memories rising like bubbles from deep water. Zanarkand appears in fragments, stadium lights, roaring crowds, the shape of his father's face, bright images turning dim around the edges. They feel distant now, like scenes from another life, half-remembered dreams drifting out of reach, beautiful, fading, untouchable. Were the towers really so tall? Was the water really that blue? The memories shimmer softly, dissolving as he tries to hold them. The present gathers around him like a warm blanket, strange but safe, unfamiliar but kind. This ship, these people, this gentle rocking, unknown, all of it unknown, yet his body trusts it, his breath trusts it. The hammock sways, the ship breathes, and he breathes with it, in, out, matching the rhythm, becoming the rhythm, letting his thoughts drift like floating lights on calm water, free of urgency. His eyes grow heavy, impossibly heavy, as if weighted with warm sand, trying to stay open just a little longer. The light patterns blur, soften, fade into gentle colors, and then into nothing at all. Sounds above dim, or perhaps he is sinking deeper, drifting away from them, into softness, into warmth. His breathing slows, deepens, each exhale longer, each inhale gentler. The ship rocks, left, right. His chest rises, falls, their motions merging, becoming one quiet song, water against hull, breath in lungs, hammock swaying, everything synchronized, everything calm. Questions drift by like passing clouds, shapeless, unimportant. Where? Dissolving before it forms. Why? Gone before it settles. Nothing matters now. Nothing needs answering. Only the rocking, only the breathing. His body grows heavier, sinking deeper into the hammock's embrace. Arms loose, legs still, face softening into rest. The porthole's light dims, or his eyes finally close. Both feel like the same gentle end to the day. Darkness welcomes him, soft, complete, wrapping him in quiet warmth. The ship rocking steadily beneath it all. Water whispers, breath slows, slower, slower still, everything easing into silence. The boundary between waking and sleep dissolves. He drifts across it without effort. One moment aware, the next drifting, floating, falling. All the same in this peaceful in-between. The hammock holds him, the ship carries him. The ocean cradles them both, steady as a heartbeat. Tidus lets go, completely, finally. Sleep rising like a tide, gentle and inevitable. It covers him, surrounds him, becomes him, until nothing remains but stillness, the last sound, water against wood, the last sensation, swaying, the last thought, nothing, only peace, only rest, only the endless, gentle dark. Tidus wakes to blazing sun, white light searing through his eyelids, his arm heavy as lead when he tries to shield his face, the surface beneath him hard and cold and unforgiving. After the soft hammock, the gentle darkness, this sensation feels wrong, jarring enough to pull him fully awake. He blinks once, twice, vision swimming in bright haze, shapes hovering above him, moving slowly. They resolve into faces, human but not quite. Eyes swirling with green and gold spirals like tiny galaxies, hypnotic and strange. 5, maybe 6 of them, gathered close, watching him with curious intensity, voices spilling out in rapid musical language. Freidek Ra, Tuakt Mug Mega Yid al Bhed, syllables tumbling like water over polished stone, beautiful but incomprehensible. Frustration rises in his chest. He knows language. He speaks, but this is beyond him. He studies them as they study him. Weathered skin tanned by long sun. Practical clothing. Goggles hanging around necks. Tool belts heavy with strange devices. One leans closer. A young man with sandy hair and a crooked smile, offering a metal canteen, shaking it gently so the liquid inside sloshes. Tidus reaches out, his hand trembling. He drinks, the warm metallic water tasting of rust and salt, unpleasant but real. He coughs lightly, then tries to speak. Where am I? What happened? How did I get here? Faces tilt, confused, glances exchanged, more soft flowing words he cannot grasp. Realization settling deep and heavy. They don't understand him, and he doesn't understand them. An older woman touches his jersey, fingers brushing the fabric with fascination, murmuring fiant vipald as others lean closer, poking gently at seams and stitching, not threatening, just overwhelmed curiosity, as if he were some rare artifact washed up on their deck. The sandy-haired man tries gestures, pointing to himself, Kip, then pointing to Tidus with a questioning look. Tidus nods, points to his own chest. Tidus. The attempt repeated back awkwardly. D-Tech, close enough and kindly meant. Kip gestures upward. then makes a falling motion, then points to Tidus, asking without words if he fell from the sky. Tidus nods slowly. Yeah, something like that. And Kip's eyes widen, excitement spilling into rapid Bhed explanations. Tidus finally takes in the ship around him. Metal everywhere. Sun gleaming off hard surfaces. Machina lining every rail and corner. Wheels turning, pistons pumping, gauges clicking in steady rhythm. Cables snake across the floor, steam hissing softly. The entire vessel alive with mechanical breath. Nothing like Zanarkand. No sleek lines, no digital glow. Here everything is raw and industrial, warm and living in a different way. And a quiet truth whispers through him. This isn't Zanarkand. This isn't anywhere he knows. The thought surprising him with how calm it feels. Kip offers something wrapped in cloth. Tidus unwraps dried fish and dark bread, simple fare given with real kindness. Kip mimes eating, smiling encouragement, and Tidus takes a bite. The salty fish tough, the bread dense and faintly sweet, humble food but warm in spirit. They rescued him from the ocean, fed him, sheltered him, without knowing who he is, without question or demand. Tidus chews slowly, swallows, looks at their curious open faces, and murmurs softly, "Thank you." They don't understand the words, but Kip smiles anyway, nodding gently, offering warmth that needs no translation. Some things cross every barrier, even those made of language, even those made of worlds. Kip grabs Tidus's arm, gentle but insistent, pulling him toward the ship's edge with quiet excitement, the others following close behind with bright chatter in Bhed. They gesture toward the water, inviting him to look, urging him silently toward discovery. Tidus gazes down, the ocean stretching out in clear turquoise fading into deep sapphire, sunlight rippling across its surface, warm sky mirrored in endless blue. Beneath that calm surface, shapes emerge, structures rising from the seafloor like ancient memories, stone pillars wrapped in bright coral. Metal frameworks twist between the pillars, corroded and bent by centuries, yet unmistakably crafted, deliberate in their angles. Geometric patterns form below, too precise to be natural, architecture carved with intention, different from anything he's ever known. Zanarkand was curves and light, digital elegance flowing effortlessly, but this place is all angles and precision, older, stranger, every line seeming to hold meaning. The Bhed prepare quickly, practiced hands assembling diving gear, machina-powered breathers, reinforced goggles, weight belts buckled carefully. Kip offers a set to Tidus, questioning eyebrows, a gentle smile meant to reassure. Tidus hesitates. Blitzball taught him the water, but this depth is something else. Still, he nods. When in doubt, dive deeper. They help him suit up, adjusting straps, checking seals with practiced certainty. And then, one by one, they leap into the sea. Tidus follows, water swallowing him instantly, warmth replaced by cool embrace, ears popping as he descends. Light filters down in golden shafts, dancing through drifting particles, painting shifting patterns across the ruins below. He kicks downward, following the Bhed into the depths, ruins swelling into clarity, vast and solemn in the underwater quiet. They move through what was once a corridor, walls rising on either side, doorways yawning like ancient mouths, fish flicker through the openings, bright silver flashes weaving through abandoned halls, life thriving where people once walked. Tidus brushes a hand along a wall, stone smooth despite centuries underwater, etched with symbols he cannot read, not letters, not numbers, something older. The Bhed gesture excitedly ahead, their joy palpable even through the water. This place sacred to them in ways he cannot yet grasp. They enter a chamber, walls mostly intact, ceiling partly fallen, sunlight pouring through the breach in shimmering curtains. Embedded in the walls are spheres, dozens, hundreds, smooth metallic orbs glowing faintly, pulsing with quiet internal light. Kip swims to one, pries it loose with a tool from his belt, the sphere resisting at first, time and coral clinging to it fiercely. Then it breaks free, glowing brighter in Kip's hand, humming with energy Tidus can feel even here, something alive between machine and memory. Kip gestures for Tidus to try, pointing to another sphere deep in the wall, miming the motion. Tidus swims over, wedges his fingers around the coral, pulls gently, the sphere coming loose, warm against his palm, impossibly warm for something underwater. It hums softly, vibrating like a heartbeat, mesmerizing in its quiet glow. More spheres line the walls, hundreds of faint eyes watching, silent witnesses to forgotten history, the realization settling heavy and deep. This technology is older than Zanarkand, older than anything he has ever known. Unsettling questions surfacing like dark shapes below him. Zanarkand was supposed to be the pinnacle, the peak of all civilization, but this came before, long before. A civilization rose here, flourished, built the impossible, and fell so completely the world forgot them. And if they came before Zanarkand, what does that make his own city? Just another point in a long timeline, another chapter, thinking itself eternal. The weight of that truth presses on him, heavier than the water, history stretching further back than he imagined, further than anyone taught him. The Bhed gather their spheres with reverent care, treating each orb as treasure, as something sacred and fragile. Kip taps his shoulder, pointing upward. Time to return to the light. They swim toward the surface, ruins fading into shadow below, ancient structures waiting patiently, as they have waited for centuries, as they will wait for centuries more. Tidus looks back once, the pillars silent, the coral glowing, the water shifting gently around timeless stone. Beautiful, yes, but something deeper beneath that beauty, something wrong, a civilization erased, technology buried. Could it happen again? The question flickers like distant lightning, disappearing as they break the surface. Sunlight blinds him, warm and sudden, Bhed voices rising in celebration, holding up glowing spheres in triumph. Tidus climbs aboard, water streaming from him, sphere warm in his hand, humming with ancient power older than anything he knows. Proof the world is larger than Zanarkand, older than his understanding, and somewhere inside that truth, a quiet thread of fear, not of the Bhed, not of the sea, but of time itself and everything it erases. The celebration ends instantly, water erupting beside the ship in a violent churn, white foam boiling upward in towering columns, the calm surface shattered without warning. The Bhed freeze for a heartbeat, then burst into motion, shouting warnings in rapid musical bursts. Veatk, kad ouin fei bouk. They scramble across the deck, pulling weapons from lockers, harpoons clattering, machina rifles humming alive, blades flashing in the sun. Tidus stands paralyzed, staring at the churning water, something moving beneath, multiple somethings rising in twisting shadows. They break the surface, fiends exploding upward in violent shapes, eel-like bodies thick as his torso, scales gleaming black and wet, mouths opening wider than mouths should, rows of needle teeth layered like nightmares, eyes blank and glassy, seeing everything and nothing. 3 of them, then 4, circling the ship with slow predatory intention. "What are those things?" Tidus's voice cracks, but no one answers. The Bhed already launching into battle, strikes landing sharp and desperate. Something metal arcs through the air, flashing in the sunlight. Tidus catches it on pure instinct. A sword, old, pitted with rust and coral scars. The weight unfamiliar, heavier and unbalanced, yet the grip feels strangely natural in his hands. A fiend lunges straight at him. His body reacts before thought can form. Dodge left. Blitzball reflects. The same movement used to evade a tackle underwater. Jaws snap shut inches from him, the creature twisting back impossibly fast, already lunging again. Tidus spins away. Another blitzball maneuver, creating space, changing direction, making the fiend overshoot. It crashes into the railing. He swings, blade dragging heavy through the air, connecting lightly with armored scales. The fiend recoils, but not enough. Another attack coming, vicious and quick. Tidus dodges again, athletic body remembering rhythms. In blitzball, you read movement, anticipate trajectories. The fiend coils, telegraphing its strike. Tidus moves first, dropping low and letting it sail overhead. He brings the sword up two-handed, all strength behind it, blade sinking into the soft underbelly. The fiend screams, a piercing, inhuman cry, then dissolves, its body breaking into golden motes of light, fireflies rising like glowing embers. They drift around him, warm and weightless against his skin, disappearing into the sunlit air. No body or no blood, just light fading into nothing, his breath catching at the impossible beauty. No time to marvel. Another fiend lunges, battle pulling him back in. The Bhed fight beside him. Kip firing bursts of machina energy. The older woman striking with deadly precision. Their movements interlock. Teamwork without a word spoken. Covering each other's blind spots. Flowing like a practiced crew. Tidus joins the rhythm. Instinct guiding him. Reading their motions the way he reads teammates. When Kip fires, Tidus shifts left. When the woman thrusts, he protects her flank, body moving faster than thought, athletic memory taking over. More fiends emerge, 5, then 6, the battle stretching into long, breathless minutes. His arms burn, sword growing heavier with every strike, lungs aching for air, sweat and seawater stinging his eyes. A fiend grazes his shoulder, teeth drawing blood, sharp pain flaring bright and real. He stumbles, recovers, swings wildly, finds the mark. Another eruption of fireflies drifting upward like soft golden rain. His vision blurs, exhaustion creeping through every limb. But one more fiend remains, the largest, circling, waiting for the right moment. The Bhed regroup around him, breathing hard, weapons trembling but ready. The fiend lunges, all of them strike together, harpoon, energy bolts, Tidus's blade cutting through the final charge. The creature shrieks, dissolves into light, fireflies rising in a final brilliant surge, then fading into calm silence. Only waves remain, soft against the hull, and the sound of heavy breathing. Tidus drops to his knees, sword clattering to the deck, arms too weak to hold anything anymore, chest heaving, vision swimming with lingering light. Hands slap his back, enthusiastic and relieved. Bhed voices rising excitedly around him. Dried fid ek natepma, fazik kadried, fruek drek geo. Their tones bright with awe and disbelief. Kip grins, wide, pulls Tidus to his feet, the others nodding with open respect in their spiral eyes. Questions hang in the air, unspoken but unmistakable. Who is this stranger who fights like he was born to it? Where did he come from? What is he? Tidus meets their gazes, sees the curiosity, the wonder, and has no answers. Only one question echoes louder inside him, heavier than the sword, heavier than the fear. What is this place? A world where fiends rise from ancient ruins, where bodies dissolve into light, where he fights with weapons he's never held, and somehow survives. His hands shake, adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion, and a quiet thread of fear winding through his chest, and the terrible certainty settling deep. Nothing in his life will ever make sense again. The sky changes too fast. One moment blue and endless, the next darkness bleeding across the horizon like spilled ink, unnatural and immediate. The Bhed notice before he does, their laughter cutting off, heads snapping toward the shadow rolling in, tension rippling through them like a struck wire. Shouts erupt, sharp bursts of Bhed warning, Kedassen, Fraaded Luha Vinus, Fugo Haf. They explode into motion, organized chaos sweeping across the deck, practiced hands moving with sudden urgency, fear threaded beneath every breath. Tidus stares at the horizon, dark clouds boiling over themselves, moving with purpose, like something alive and hungry. The wind shifts, gentle breeze dying into silence, replaced by harsh gusts pushing against the ship, the ocean rising with growing anger beneath them. Kip shoves rope into his hands, gestures frantic but clear. Tie everything down. Tidus nods and moves, securing crates, lashing machina, knots forming easily from childhood memories, bowline, clove hitch, sheet bend. The Bhed work around him, battening hatches, hauling tarps, calling out coordinates, professional but afraid. The temperature drops suddenly, cold wind cutting through wet clothes, chilling him to the bone. He keeps working, breath steaming, storm looming like a wall stretching from sea to sky, lightning flickering inside it like veins of white fire. Rain begins in heavy drops, then thick sheets, the world disappearing behind curtains of water. The ship pitches violently, gentle rocking turning into wild lurches, a wave crashing over the bow in a burst of white foam drenching everything in salt and cold. The Bhed secure themselves with safety lines, last checks of their gear, fear radiating from them like heat, thick and undeniable. Tidus looks toward the storm, towering closer, and feels something underneath the wind and rain, a presence ancient and malevolent. It presses against his mind, weight without form, awareness without voice, and he knows the feeling. The word slips out softly, carried away by the wind. Sin. He doesn't know why he says it, only that it feels true. The storm builds to a roar, wind screaming against skin and metal, rain turning into horizontal needles of cold, waves rise higher, towering mountains of water forming and collapsing, the ship climbing one with engines straining, reaching the peak before tipping into the void below. They fall, stomach dropping, weightless terror gripping him as the ship slams into the trough, impact rattling every bone. Water crashes over the deck, pulling at his legs, dragging him toward the rail. He clings to the metal with burning hands. Another wave rises, larger, darker. Bhed voices screaming warnings through the storm. Tidus looks up, the wave blocking out the sky, a wall of black water curling inward, preparing to fall, something watching behind it, hungry, Then the wave crashes down, everything becoming water, cold and crushing, light gone, sound swallowed. Tidus holds on, barely. Storm raging around him, and he knows with sinking certainty this is only the beginning. The wave rises, a towering mountain of black water reaching for the sky, blotting out sun and clouds and every trace of hope, swallowing the world in its shadow. The Bhed scream, mouths open, eyes wide with terror. But Tidus hears nothing. The wind devours sound, tearing it away before it reaches him. The wave falls, and the world becomes pure chaos. Water everywhere, above, below, inside, crushing any sense of direction. No air, no light, no up or down, only spinning darkness, the ocean becoming everything at once. The ship capsizes, metal groaning in agony, rivets snapping like brittle bones, machinery ripping free and spiraling into the deep. Tidus tumbles weightlessly, helpless in the storm's grip, slammed against something hard, pain exploding across his ribs, then dragged under again by the churning water. His lungs burn, desperate for air. He claws upward through the black, searching for any sign of light. A faint glow appears above. Flickering through the madness, he kicks toward it with fading strength, breaks the surface with a gasp, one precious breath. Another wave crushes him downward, forcing him back under. He breaks through again, coughing and choking on salt. Vision blurring in the storm's fury, debris spins around him, wooden planks, twisted metal, crates bobbing, ropes tangling like serpents in the water. He grabs a piece of wreckage, the remains of the deck railing, splinters driving into his palms. He barely feels them. He holds on, scanning the chaos for the Bhed. Kip, the older woman, any familiar face in the storm. Nothing, only waves and wind and darkness. His voice lost instantly when he shouts for help. Another wave lifts him, drops him, his grip slipping as exhaustion steals his strength. He catches the wreckage again, barely, arms shaking, muscles burning and adrenaline long gone, only deep, hollow fatigue left behind. Cold seeps through him, soaking into his bones, numbing fingers, numbing legs, leaving only shivering and the dull ache of survival fading. He is so tired, bone deep tired, soul deep tired, as if the storm is pulling the life out of him one breath at a time. Another wave rises, towering above him. He watches it come with empty eyes, no strength left to fight, no strength left to care. It crashes down, pulling him under, darkness swallowing everything, cold and complete, carrying him downward into silence. The storm's roar fades, muffled, distant, replaced by deep, peaceful quiet. He closes his eyes, too heavy to keep open. His grip loosens, the wreckage slipping from his hands, drifting upward as he sinks slowly down, falling like someone easing into sleep. Darkness closes in around him, vision narrowing to a single dim point, awareness shrinking, tunneling away. A thought surfaces faint and detached, not again, twice now cast into the ocean, twice swallowed by forces beyond control, twice sinking helplessly into the dark. Maybe this is all he is, all he'll ever be, a body in the water, drifting, sinking. Consciousness slips away like sand through open fingers, cold fading, fear fading, everything fading. Black. Consciousness returns slowly, not sudden or jarring, rising like a tide quietly filling a still pool, gentle and inevitable, coming back without urgency. First comes warmth, spreading softly across his skin, seeping inward, sunlight filtering through closed eyelids in a soft orange-red glow, wrapping him in light. Warm, safe, still, breathing. Sound follows next, waves lapping rhythmically against the shore, soft whispers of water meeting sand, retreating and returning in a steady, eternal pulse. Nature's metronome, counting time in heartbeats, in breaths. Warm, safe, still, breathing. Tactile awareness blooms gently, warm sand beneath his fingers, fine and yielding, grains shifting as he moves just slightly, molding to him, cradling him, each grain distinct yet part of infinity, supporting him without effort. His breathing deepens naturally, salt air filling his lungs clean and pure, chest rising, falling, rising, falling, rhythm effortless and remembered, no thought needed, only being, warm, safe, still, breathing. His eyes open slowly, lids heavy, reluctant to leave the peace, but the light calls softly, inviting him back. Endless blue sky appears, pure and unbroken, no clouds, no storms, just infinite cerulean stretching forever. Palm trees sway at the edges of his vision, slow, hypnotic, fronds dancing gently in the breeze. Green against blue, perfect contrast, moving with timeless grace. The breeze carries a scent, sweet and unfamiliar, intoxicating and soft. Tropical flowers he cannot name, their perfume mingling with salt and sun-warmed sand, creating something perfect. Warm, safe, still, breathing. No pain rises in his body, no aching muscles, no burning lungs, exhaustion gone completely, no fear either, no panic, no questions pushing at him, just calm existence in this one perfect moment. His body lies loose and relaxed, arms slightly spread, fingers curled softly, legs extended with bare feet, sinking into warm sand. Every part of him surrendered to gravity, tension dissolved like morning mist, peace settling through him in quiet waves. Time loses meaning, minutes or hours since he washed ashore. He cannot tell, the sun's position uninterested in answering, and it doesn't matter. Clock hands irrelevant here, schedules forgotten, the world paused in an eternal now. Warm, safe, still, breathing, no urgency to move, no need to stand or search or understand. Simply existing in this breath, this heartbeat, is enough. The world can wait, the questions can wait, everything can wait. The waves continue their rhythm, constant companion. The breeze continues its gentle dance. The sun offers endless warmth, and Tidus keeps breathing, in, out, alive. Gratitude settles in his chest, not words, not thought, just a deep, quiet feeling. Gratitude for breath, for warmth, for survival, for opening his eyes again, for being here, wherever here is. It doesn't matter, not yet. This moment is enough, warm, safe, still, breathing. The moment holds him, cradles him like the sand, supports him like the earth, welcomes him like the sky. He exists, and in this gentle place, that is everything. Tidus sits up slowly, no rush, no urgency, movements unhurried and gentle, a smooth transition from lying to sitting, from rest into quiet observation. The beach stretches before him, pristine and endless, white sand curving in both directions, until it disappears into distance, meeting turquoise water in a perfect line where earth touches ocean. The water is crystal clear, transparent like polished glass, alive with movement beneath the surface. Small colorful fish darting between coral formations just offshore. Coral gardens glow in purples and oranges and yellows. intricate structures breathing beneath the waves, living architecture shaped by time and tide. The water shifts in gradients of blue, pale aqua near the sand, deepening slowly into turquoise, then cyan, then rich sapphire farther out. At the horizon, navy blue meets the sky, a perfect spectrum unfolding across the ocean, each shade distinct, each one quietly breathtaking. Behind him lies dense jungle, vibrant and alive. Before him, endless ocean, calm and peaceful, stretching out to forever. No sign of Zanarkand anywhere, no stadium lights piercing the sky, no machina hum vibrating through the air, no neon or steel, just nature, pure and untouched. No sign of the storm either, sky clear and flawless, water calm as glass. Not a single ripple hinting at the violence that came before, as if the storm never existed, erased, forgotten, replaced by perfect tranquility, the world washed clean. Only soft sounds remain, waves whispering against the shore, breeze rustling through tall palms, distant birdsong drifting gently through warm air, nature's quiet symphony, soft, eternal, filling the space around him with calm. His eyes wander across sand dotted with seashells. Hundreds, maybe thousands, each one shaped uniquely by time and tide, spirals and ridges, smooth curves and rough edges, white and pink and cream and speckled brown, small treasures left by the sea. A tiny hermit crab scuttles past, determined and unbothered, shell too large for its little body, legs working quickly as it moves towards some mysterious destination. Driftwood lies nearby, bleached white by sun, shaped smooth by waves, neither tree nor dust, something timeless and in between. The jungle edge pulses with vibrant greens, every shade imaginable layered together, emerald and jade and lime and deep forest hues blending into living tapestry. Flowers burst from the green in impossible colors, reds like fresh fire, purples like storm clouds, oranges like sunset caught in petals. Butterflies drift lazily between blooms, unhurried, floating as if weightless, wings glowing translucent in sunlight, no purpose, no destination, just drifting, just existing, moving in sync with the island's calm rhythm. Everything here moves that way, slow, eternal, peaceful. Waves advance and retreat in ancient repetition. Breeze flows gentle and constant. Palm fronds sway in meditative arcs, time measured differently, or not measured at all. Tidus realizes something quietly profound. This place exists outside time, no clocks, no schedules, no deadlines pulling him forward, no past pressing down on him, no future looming ahead, only the present moment, stretching softly into forever. His breathing shifts, sinking naturally with the waves. Inhale as they come, exhale as they retreat. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, becoming part of the island's rhythm without trying. Heartbeat slowing to match its peaceful pace. His thoughts grow quiet, dissolving into the stillness, leaving only gentle awareness, soft existence. He is not separate from this place, not visitor or outsider, but woven into its fabric, held gently between sand and sky and sea. The island breathes, and he breathes with it. The island exists, and he exists within it. Paradise, not just a location, not only beauty, but a state of being, complete and whole. He sits, he observes, he breathes, and for this single perfect moment, nothing else matters, nothing else exists. Just this, just here, just now. Tidus stands slowly, legs unsteady, not from weakness but from newness, from strangeness, as if learning how to walk again, relearning gravity one breath at a time. He takes his first step, sand shifting beneath his foot, yielding and accepting his weight, helping him find balance, letting his body adjust. Second step, third, fourth, movement becoming natural again, muscle memory returning like a forgotten song. He walks along the shoreline, right where water meets sand, that perfect line between worlds, wet firmness supporting each footfall, cool water washing over his toes now and then. Footprints appear behind him, clear impressions pressed into soft, wet sand, small temporary monuments to his passing, proof he was here. Waves follow gently, patient and inevitable, reaching his footprints one by one, washing them smooth, erasing them quietly and completely. He glances back, watching evidence of his passage vanish, marks fading as if he had never walked there at all. The island erases him kindly, without malice, smoothing the sand into soft perfection again, and peace settles warmly in his chest. Comfort in impermanence, in erasure, in knowing nothing needs to last forever. That fading can be beautiful. Footprints fade, memories fade, everything fades. And that is okay. That is natural. That is peaceful. Seabirds call overhead, white wings gliding across endless blue, cries soft and melodic, blending into nature's gentle symphony. Jungle sounds drift from inland, rustling leaves, wind through branches, distant animal calls, curious rather than cautious, simply announcing their presence. Insects hum in the warm air, a constant soothing drone, felt as much as heard, part of the island's heartbeat, its natural pulse. A path appears ahead, a natural opening between palms, dappled sunlight scattered across the jungle floor like golden coins, shifting softly as the breeze moves above. It feels like an invitation without words. Explore if you wish, or stay if you prefer. Either choice welcome. Tidus pauses at the entrance, listening inward, the jungle calling with quiet mysteries, but the water pulling gently at his heart. He is not ready to leave the sea's presence yet. He continues walking along the beach instead, following the curve of the shoreline, following instinct rather than thought. A sun-warmed rock emerges from the sand, smooth and perfectly shaped, as if placed there intentionally, waiting just for him. He sits, legs dangling over the edge, bare feet brushing the cool water, sending tiny ripples outward, circles that expand and fade, existing in a liminal space between land and sea, between stillness and movement, between past and future, between Zanarkand and whatever this place is. The rock warm beneath him, the water cool around his feet, both real, both true, both necessary. His breathing settles into deep, even rhythm, each breath a wordless prayer, each moment an effortless meditation, gratitude rising softly within him. Gratitude for legs that carry him, for feet touching the earth, for water that washes away, for an island that accepts without question. Gratitude for this rock, this breath, this quiet moment suspended in time, where nothing is demanded and nothing required. He sits, waves continuing their eternal rhythm beside him, breeze dancing gently around him, sun warming him with endless generosity, and he continues breathing, being, existing in this perfect space between, where presence alone is enough. Each step he took a quiet prayer, each footprint erased a soft blessing, every moment here a gift. He accepts it, sits with it, becomes part of it. The island, the water, the light, all one, all connected, all perfect. Smoke rises in the distance, thin gray columns drifting into the blue sky, gentle and steady, peaceful signs of life, cooking fires breathing warmth into the air. Tidus follows the smoke with his eyes, tracing downward until the source appears, a small village nestled between jungle and beach, perfectly placed where green meets sand. Thatched roof huts cluster together, arranged softly and organically, not sharp lines, not rigid geometry, but shapes growing from the land like trees, natural materials woven into home, palm fronds, smooth wood, curved edges, harmonizing with the landscape, belonging to it rather than conquering it, quietly beautiful. People move between huts, simple clothing in earth tones, movements unhurried and peaceful, carrying baskets, tending fires, living in effortless rhythm, no performance, no noise demanding attention, just being, quietly and completely. Children play at the village edge, their laughter drifting on the breeze like bells, pure and bright and timeless, running, chasing, falling in the sand, rising again, repeating the cycle without thought, joy needing no translation. A temple rises on a hill above, white stone catching the sunlight, elegant and ancient, its single spire reaching toward the sky, different from the huts, heavier with meaning, sacred in its presence, as if centuries of reverence still echo from its walls. Everything so different from Zanarkand. No glass towers reaching upward, no neon bleeding through night, no machina humming in the air, no stadium lights, no roaring crowds, no spectacle, only life in its simplest, purest form. So peaceful, no urgency pushing people forward, no competition, no deadlines, just existing, just being, enough as they are, enough in each quiet moment. Tidus watches from a distance, not approaching, not ready, content to observe gently from the edge of this world. He notices details, laundry fluttering softly, reds, blues, yellows dancing on lines, fishing nets mended with patient hands, an elder resting in shade watching life unfold. Life here moves in an eternal rhythm, generations before, generations after, a chain unbroken, community visible even without hearing words, people moving in quiet harmony, belonging to each other naturally, whole and connected. No isolation, no anonymity, no strangers, just family, extended across time, woven into the land itself, permanent and real. Something stirs in Tidus, drawn and hesitant at once, pulled toward this sanctuary and yet unsure. Could this be home, or just another place he doesn't belong? Another reminder of everything lost, everything gone. The pull is strong, the hesitation stronger, so he stays where he is, choosing to watch longer. No rush to step forward, no need to intrude on their peace. Let them live undisturbed. Let the rhythm continue. He can observe first, understand before entering. He sits in the sand, knees drawn up, arms wrapped softly around them, simply breathing, simply watching. Life unfolds before him, children laughing, adults working, the elder keeping silent vigil, the temple standing tall, smoke rising, breeze flowing, village breathing, everything in its place, everything as it should be. He watches, belonging from a distance, connected through quiet observation, safe yet separate, searching for something unnamed, something ancient, something true, something Zanarkand never held, something he never knew he needed until now. Tidus stands at the water's edge, the sun beginning its slow descent, golden hour arriving with gentle warmth, light softening, gilding everything it touches. He looks back at the ocean, vast and mysterious, indifferent and ancient, the same water that carried him here, delivered him to this new beginning. Zanarkand is gone, not distant, not unreachable, but erased, vanished as though it never existed. Father, fame, stadium lights, his name chanted into the night, his entire world dissolved into nothing, disappearing without a trace. But he is alive, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm, heart beating strong and persistent, blood warm beneath sunlit skin. The sun touches his face, a simple gift, a profound miracle, existence itself held gently in its glow. A new world waits behind him, village, island, people, possibilities, unknown and unwritten, soft edges of a story just beginning. Where am I? He asks softly, not desperate, not afraid, just curious, open to whatever answer life offers next. Acceptance settles over him, like evening light sinking into the horizon, gentle and inevitable, not unwelcome, simply time moving forward. He realizes he can grieve what's lost, honor it, hold it close, and still welcome what comes next. Both truths can live together, both necessary, both quietly beautiful. A small smile rises, his first genuine one since Zanarkand, tentative and fragile, but real, honest, a spark of something loosening in his chest. He turns. A deliberate pivot from ocean to land, past to future, known to unknown, death to life. Village lights begin to glow in the dusk, warm and welcoming, offering shelter, offering community, offering the possibility of home. A decision forms, clear and simple. He will walk toward those lights, toward people, toward life, not fleeing the ocean, not rejecting the past, but choosing the shore, choosing forward, choosing to continue. He takes one deep breath, salt air filling his lungs, honoring the journey that brought him here, acknowledging survival, arrival. Then he takes his first step toward the village, foot lifting, moving, landing, beginning again, a new chapter unfolding. The waves lap gently at his feet, whispering a name he does not yet know, Besaid, a home he has not found yet, but the sun is warm, the water calm, and for the first time in longer than he can remember, Tidus breathes deeply and lets the moment simply be.